test. So, I use something called transfer.sh, I think. When so the kernel panic happened, and I added the ISO, Linux ISO. I mounted the storage thingy, and I mounted the storage thingy. My microphone is still pretty loud. I think at least. Oops. And yeah, it was like my files were just there. So I a curl file uploaded to the thing, and then re-downloaded it, and now I have it right here. Ace v1.json version 1. Yeah, because I didn't want to remake it. If I go to the QNK configurator, and so I think I came up with this. Let me do. Is it GMK Dracula? Is that a actual GMK? Are these real? $4? It looks a little different, doesn't it? The thing is, I like my keycaps. I would use it for a different keyboard if I were to get a keycap set. I like the colors of my keycaps and the roundness of them. So I think uh, oh hmm hmm where's my setup? Hmm. Well, I think it's like blue blue patch blue patchwork keycap set. It might not be this. It's this. It's this. So this is my keycap set. Um, man, it's the best keycap set I've ever had. Uh, because it just feels nice and round and it's pretty good. Anyway, um, uh, the coloring of this looks cool. Actually, this might be extremely expensive. I think the keycaps that I have right now is like $40. I think it could be more. But uh, oh, it's sold out anyway. Okay, that is like an entire keyboard right there. Um, and a good one as well. Um, but so talking about these, so I have this is the plan, right? I don't actually have the split keyboard made yet, but if I were to have it, I think I'd write something like this on it, kind of. This is kind of like planning it out in a sense. Um, one thing is if I'm on like an additional layer that I haven't made yet, I would want. Okay, whatever. But for now, we have, what I use every day, pretty much, and then my left thumb would toggle the symbols the same way. Caps lock X. Right now, my left pinky toggles numbers. Uses my left pinky a lot, and with the split keyboard, I'm probably gonna be using 2 thumbs instead of one a lot more. So that's pretty useful. I think I thought about swapping these two, but I think it's fine like this. And I think if I were to go to hold on, QMK configurator. And we go to what is it called? Oh, CR. Oh, it has it like this. So I think that's why I left it like that, because maybe best way to do it. In terms of like which one should be where. Tab is left the same. Of course, I'm gonna change a lot of these, and of course, actual key map. But we got symbols. You know, this is just kind of what I kind of estimated would be good enough, because there's like I really like how do you pronounce it? Dvorak, not sure, but it. I feel like there was a bit more thought put into this layout that kind of makes it like I couldn't come up with a better, more efficient layout than this. The fact that it kind of, I think it was meant to like bounce back and forth. Instead of I think there's like a rolling layouts, but I think the bouncing back and forth is fine. I don't know if that. As far as this, I kind of did it like, you know, there's a lot to like take into account. Like most often, I could just edit that. Most often, used keys, symbols used together. So the symbols used together, you can see a lot of that, where, you know, left parentheses is the index finger, and right parentheses is the pinky, and left and right. Same with the brackets, except it's a little close together. Both brackets, curly braces and brackets, and then the same with the arrows, except for, of course, the up arrow. The up arrow is not very used as often, although it's not like crazy to find it. I don't. Right now, my pinky has to make a pretty big jump for that, but right here it seems not that far away. As far as it would be like pressing shift, right shift, I think. My right shift might be a little bit closer to J than a conventional keyboard. I have a conventional keyboard. Yeah. And it'll be a lot closer here. But the Graves, when I made my current keyboard layout, I have these three symbols at 8, 9, and 0. Oops. Okay. Oops. Let me just. And then. Okay. because I kind of thought they were the least used keys, but because JavaScript has grave as kind of like what would be like this in Python, I think. Like you would just kind of do something like this, I think, in JavaScript, right? Or like you can put like you could also do a raw string, I think. It was just more often, it was used more often than I thought it would be. Yeah. So I was like, okay, there's not enough room to kind of replace any of them, and I still think it won't be used as much as most of the symbols here, but I just had to put it there because I like, in terms of like the symbols, these, like this symbol is hard also on my keyboard. It is a bigger jump than the caret. It's one more. It's like underneath the backspace. I forgot what I was gonna say, but it's Python comments. So I don't know. I feel like I most likely will be using it a lot. But one thing I just would think about doing later is not like doing anything major, but just writing, like, my website has a text editor, right? So if I were to do test, this is test, and this is test as well. And then if I were to press this key, I think it indents it. And you'll have to, I think, same thing in Vim, but you'd have to press it twice, I think. Having control over this means I can also do just a lot of, like, if I'm editing text in my text editor, it means, you know, all it takes is like a single command to convert, like, what would be, like, if I was writing code here, and I wrote a comment like this, which is I prefer doing comments with this instead of this. So if I were to do a double slash comment, I could just convert that into this and then never actually have to type the symbol. Like maybe I could divide it, like there would be, you know, you'd be writing whatever you're writing here, the characters would be there, and then there would be like an output thing that would have all the conversions or whatever if I wanted to do that, and I think that would be done a lot later though. Yeah. Yep. So I'm not too worried about it. symbols, like exclamation point, you know, strings, those are very, you know, useful. The pipe symbol probably not as much. Where is that? Yep. This very important. This is also important. This very important. I feel like I'm gonna get really thrown off if I were to use split keyboard. Question mark very important. Plus important. Underscore important. Equals important. I always go into QWERTY mode whenever I want to zoom in and out, because I guess I just never remember my own symbols map, even though I feel like it's. I always remember slash. I love where I place slash. JavaScript comments I think are double slashed, and I think in a couple of other languages too. But yeah, also like with URLs, it's just, you know, it's a lot of switching of layers, you know, anytime you want to do numbers or slashes. But after that switch, it's just like, you know, just like as quickly as typing, I guess. I don't know. Because I like I used to have like just a lot of keyboards and just, you know, macros and stuff like that. But I just feel like more layers with less keys isn't as hard as I thought, I think. Maybe. Like it's not really hard to actually I think it's easier. I think it's harder to, or it might be the same, but just the less movement has kind of been a little bit more important. Whereas before I would have like loved like as many macro pads as I could get my hands on. But yeah. As far as so I think these first two layers are good. I definitely need left shift, I think. You know, if I want to like and control, if I want to like copy, or if some program requires like shift and then a letter. But I think I wanted an additional key here. I just don't remember what it was. Also, I hate how caps lock isn't as controllable. Like caps lock is good because it works kind of the way I would have it set up anyway. So the way I set up my like toggling layers, like if I were to toggle to numbers, it would be the same way caps lock kind of toggles to capital letters and doesn't. Like I hate shift. Like this just I hate it, but toggles are like way better even if it's just for a second, for a single key. Because I feel like you can just double press it, and that's where the importance of being able to hold the caps lock and press a key, and even though you didn't let it go, it's still in that other layer. So as soon as you kind of touch down with it, you can press a key and then touch again and then continue, which is something that doesn't work with these toggles, even though I've temporarily put toggles there. What happens with toggle is you'd have to press it and actually lift up your finger for the layer to switch, and you type it, and then you'd press that again. Where I think I just copied some code somewhere. Where now I can hold the thing, and it's in a different layer. So basically, as soon as it's pressed, it switches layer rather than the key up, I think. So you think. But like there's not really like much, like if I wanted to like if I were to do caps lock and then those two symbols. So this is normal, not caps lock symbols. And then if I were to caps lock and then those symbols kind of don't change, I would have to like create my own layer of caps and non-capsed, I think. And I can't really do that easily through the GUI. I think I might be able to do it if I just edit the keymap.c file again. But this key right here is supposed to cycle through all the possible layers. So it would go if I need so the thing is I might want to switch layers 2 and 3. I think, I'm not sure, because well, right now the way I would type like F1 and F2 is I have an FN button, and the way I would cycle to QWERTY is I have a different button. So so this button, and then the one F1. This so these smaller keycaps and these thicker keycaps, I put the smaller version, so it's a tiny FN and a tiny I feel like is there actually two alternate FN? Oh, it would say system instead of when. Maybe I should have put those keycaps instead. That it looks way better like this instead of the way I have it sort of. Anyway, so F1. This technically the delete key is up here, and I have a small shift key right here, and then page up, page down, and then yeah, this is fine. But this position right here would switch to QWERTY. So if I were to go main row, ASDF, or the top row, whatever. And then the key above that, so I'd go to QWERTY, and then I'd press this top one. The spacebar turns into an M, and I think these, so what would be my FN, caps lock is X, shift is C, is V. Basically, no modifier keys on this layer. For whenever I play Rocket League, I can't really. It's annoying to have my hands so like together. So I'm like basically using these bottom keys as what would be like something else, or like since I want to use 2 thumbs, yet there's only like spacebar, I'd have to like move to the key over, so my left thumb would be on the spacebar, my right thumb would be on the alt, or the FN or something like that. I think my actual position is like this. Anyway, so then I would have to, I think, like press that layer again and press QWERTY again, then I'd be back in my normal layer. So instead of doing that, instead of having 2 separate keys, it'll cycle through the 3 layers. Instead of having 3 separate keys, it would be just 1 key. This key, my left pinky, that would either go QWERTY first or the FN keys first. FN keys make kind of more sense since I don't use QWERTY as my main layer, but I feel like I don't really use FN keys a lot. Therefore, I just end up using QWERTY more often because some stuff in QWERTY is just like convenient due to programs like for example, like zooming in and zooming out, it's minus and plus. It is these 2 keys, whereas if I were to do that on my layer, it would be, I don't even know what I'm doing. What layer am I on? Oh. So it would be my just O and slash. So it would be this key and this key at the bottom. So yeah, it's just more convenient, quicker to go into QWERTY instead of trying to remember. But I feel like I'll eventually remember. I probably will, from now on. So maybe I will keep it function layer first. But it will toggle function layer and then it'll cycle to this layer. And I don't think there's an actual default cycle through layers thing. Yeah, I don't think there's uh cycle through layers, but I feel like it would probably be really easy to do it through code or something like that. So it would cycle all the way to uh FN QWERTY and then my Rocket League layer. So for Rocket League, my thumbs will be like, left and right. That'll be easier to bind in game. And then I would have all my fingers being able to use. And yeah, and I put a smiley face here. Uh, and I think this will be camera left and camera right, I think. Um, yeah, and that's about it. Just few layers. Basically, what I have now, just converted to a split keyboard, a smaller keyboard, and a keyboard that's split. And I was gonna say something, but I forgot. And cleaned up a little bit more, like in terms of with the whole layers thing. I might be switching stuff on the thumb keys. I'm not sure. From what I looked at the pictures, uh, it seems like they had to have done it intentionally. It seems like the easiest key to press, just looking at where the J index key is supposed to be, and where my thumb rests. I just feel like this key would be where my my thumb would be resting normally, and it would be going up or down. Would be the non-resting positions. So that's why even though it's like space right here, I feel like having space where it rests makes a bit more sense. But I'd have to like build a keyboard and try it out. But I think there's something I wanted to change, but I guess I'd have to like have the keyboard and also program some other stuff like better caps lock and like if caps lock on this and this like that, like they would all have to like kind of work together in a way, I think. uh like maybe instead of like having a layer like this be in the cycle, I would instead have, if caps lock and the symbol layer pressed at the same time, it would go to that layer or something like that. uh Might be a little bit confusing though, because sometimes even now, so my symbols layer is on shift and caps lock is obviously in the same spot. Sometimes I think I press both at the same time because sometimes I get lost in the layers. I don't really have any like visual representation, visual like feedback of like what layer I'm on. And I know this keyboard that I'm gonna build has the OLED thing, but I didn't get the OLED thing. I just got the Pro Micro, I think. And the OLED thing is optional. You don't have to put on an OLED display. I think it's called an OLED display, right? If I were to go to OLED module. Yeah, like, because it could tell you what layer you're on. But I just feel like I shouldn't. I should just learn and not need that feedback. I feel like it's like it'll probably like look cool, and like if I'm really lost, then it'll probably help. But just press a few buttons, figure out what what layer you're on. Yeah. But yeah. How much did I pay for parts? I I I wrote it down somewhere, but whatever. Um, Cause it's more than 100, less than 200. But if I were to guess, 130. But there's do I remember seeing 190 as a total? Cause it's like I don't know. The board is like I don't know what 2030, and then the actual switches are I don't remember how much the switches were. I'm getting the same switches that I have now because I like them so much. They have a low actuation point and they're linear. Tactile, just I don't know. I feel like I could, like, I can't accidentally press a key. There's no possible way I can accidentally press a key. But just the littlest, tiniest force. Like, I don't have to go that far down. There is a decent force that I have to press. But, I don't need to go that far down. But sometimes I feel like I forget anyway. And just go to the bottom. Either way, so I'm not really sure how useful it is. Oops. I also like when I was making this FN layer, like normally my FN layer looks like this. You got your RGBs, which I never use. And just turn it off and just never turn it back on. And there seems to be like a lot of empty space, so I just kind of filled it up with stuff I thought would be useful. Oh, also, I'm thinking of arrow keys like this. Oops. Like this. So this would go here, and this would move to the right, and then this would also move to the right. Or just move this to the right, move this to the right, and then put that down. But I'm also not sure. I'm probably not going to change it. And it's probably not that significant or important. But I'm not sure if I should do that with my text editor, because with all my text editors, I use IJKL, which would be the QWERTY version. Technically, I use CHTN. This is the, and I think Vim default is HJKL. Maybe some people use that as well. They don't want to move one over. But I might want to do this. So it would be this on my layout for all my text editors. So up would be T and down would be N. But I don't know, it just makes so much sense. Like, I didn't have to learn IJKL because, you know, all video games are WSD, or in my case, whatever that is. So like my brain just, you know, doesn't take much effort to convert. But I don't know, I felt like I read so much that, you know, it was just way better to use HJKL or something close to it. That people would wish there was like this form of movement was like everywhere, I think. But I don't know. It I also don't see the downsides to IJKL. Like if I were to like, I think the reasoning is because the middle finger is obviously longer than the two fingers next to it. So I feel like if you're, you know, if you're on the home row with index finger on J and ring finger on L, I feel like the middle finger naturally is like almost in between I and K. So it doesn't feel at all like much movement to switch between them very quickly. I could be wrong though, but that's just a thought. And maybe once I switch to this staggered kind of, normal keyboards, like I think they call it columnar, this column based thing that's where the middle finger key is slightly up. I feel like that maybe that top key would be a lot more annoying to press. You know, it probably would be, because like if I were to rest my hand position on home row, right? Going up and down with the middle finger is like way different than going up and down with the index finger. And maybe it's because I'm not like curling my fingers enough, maybe. And they're too flat. Um, I can't even test it out with normal typing because if I were to type this as a test, that's all on my home row. If I were to this is test. It's kind of weird how all of that I don't have to move up or down for. But maybe create function first. The F key is annoying because it's like the Y key. I don't think the R key is that bad though. The G key is my index finger, by the way, that's why. Why am I so slow to type this, but I think maybe also the keys, up and down, I feel like should be I don't know how many millimeters, but just it is tiny bit closer together so it's not that far off, and it wouldn't it would be easier to reach I don't know. Yes. This is gonna be cool because it doesn't even have the numbers at the top. I don't use them anyway, but well, technically I use backspace, but the backspace is right there, and I use escape, but the escape is also right here. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, like also I'm a little bit confused. Like there's maybe I should just look at the actual split keyboard. I feel like I don't know, is this like a change in would it be elevation? Like I feel like my pinky is a decent distance away from my ring finger in terms of height, and maybe I'm thinking about this way too much, but like if I was this concerned, I'd probably go like full ergonomic, but I don't know. This will probably be way better than a normal conventional stagger, I think. But seems like if my pinky and my ring were curled, uh, it seems like the natural position is like almost an entire key away. Um, but right here is like half a key. Oh, okay. That's all I had to say. Um, I don't remember if it was this or this. It goes like this. Uh, anyway, I gotta start working on my website. Okay, let me connect real quick. Um, so, did I want to create a function first? Everything is working, right? So I wanted to make a function that just so that way I don't have to copy paste this code, all of this. Base plus view plus command line. Join view and command line, then use function to do insert. So where would the join happen? Would it be a separate function, or would it just be in here? I think it would be in here. I think. So would I have to make an async function? I think I would, right? Just to we could call it insert, right? And then we take base and then data. So this seems very simple. Does it have to be async? I'm too lazy to test it. And I think if I Google synchronous function and async, I feel like that's not going to give me the answer I'm looking for. I'll just leave it as async, I guess. I feel like it could. It doesn't have to be async. We'll try it without async because I feel like this is a simple function. So fine, I'll do the testing, I guess. I'm gonna slowly rewrite so I understand everything, I think. So instead of data, this would be base, right? Oh. Oh. It seems like it would be simple to combine them when they're both arrays. But when did I ever split view in this case? Oh, this function splits it. Okay. I was like, I don't see any code here for split. Like, I was expecting a view dot split somewhere right here, but I just had okay, whatever. And it's like it's inverted now. Should I include this comment? I feel like this should be like an acronym. NSITBWTGAI. I'll just leave it. Um, I think everything is correct so far. This 4F 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 F 4F 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 4F. It just, wow, what a loop. I missed this, I think. Um, this is a crazy looking for loop. I think I got a couple of options. So after all these for loops, the everything is meshed together. But this additional for loop is to remove the stuff that was needed to mesh the things together. And it can be either inside or outside of this function. In addition to all the joins. Yeah, I think it's fine if it's inside the function though. And yeah, I think. So now, I do something like I think this works. And then once I work on the command line, I'll be able to test combining the command line code with the view code. I think. Oh, 53. Yep. Easy enough. Now we work on the code for the command line. So, if we go into snippets, frame. I still don't think I need frame for the command line, so that's good. But I think frame would kind of be simple to implement with the way I've written things out, because I could just insert it into the base. Okay, so because my function removes these thingies, I couldn't do what I just thought of. But if I had it outside of the function, which I kind of don't want to do right now, maybe I'll have it in a different function, toggleable, or maybe I don't know, do something better. But you know, it'll just be really simple to just insert this into the base, have it be the new base, and then insert like this into what would be the new constructed base, instead of having like two base files. And then that would allow for like going inside continuously, endlessly, I think. Or maybe not. I don't know. So Control Shift I. I go to sources, and then this thing. And then now in the top here, I can edit that. Okay, so I just had an event listener. This seems incredibly simple, I think. Edit snippets base. So I have this listener thing. How did I have this planned? Did I intend to have the listener and then the code related to the listener just straight after that? Or did I tend to have the listener and then it would be considered a main function? Mm. Oh, and also I'm no longer using document, right? So this might be easy, this might not be easy. Um so the plan here is, so you have page right here. So there would be one command line. That one command line could change depending on what's on the screen, but that one command line is responsible for everything on the screen, I think. Um, I forgot what I was talking about. So that one command line is responsible for everything on the screen. So its position wouldn't change, I think. Its position is always at the bottom, going to the top. I feel like the bottom going from the top, the reasoning behind that is if it was like, just after text, or basically just the last thing on the page, it would be constantly like moving. Um, but yeah. Or maybe the top, because uh, I've kind of gotten used to having this top bar up here. Um, but no, I think the bottom is better because stuff would be coming down from it. So it would be better if it was on the bottom, I think. So before I even get to it, I have to check um so we have background color, text color, font name, font size, line spacing, border, border X, border Y, border XX, border YY, text border 30. Okay. This is just so much better. Like this is nice because it automatically, it's like an SVG. It like zooming in, zooming out. That's good. This you can't really. Oops. If I were to zoom in here, since when was it page individual? Okay. Zooming in, zooming out, basically just. Yeah. It just doesn't work. Fixable. But what does work is actually changing what's on the screen to actually make whatever is on the screen bigger, rather than the browser kind of doing it for you. But also the browser can the page also might be able to do them for you, just like I added this well, you can't see it right now, but there's supposed to be a resize listener. Oh. Is that why I wanted request frame animation? What did it? Oh, so it. I do need request frame animation for the resizing of the windows. It doesn't keep what's on the canvas. Yep. Okay, so well, it's a good thing we don't need to worry about the splitting of base and frame. So after main functions, And I think everything should work fine. Except for... Well, before I remove the file, let me... Right? We put that in the frame. Now if I refresh... And I can resize. Oh, it needs to be indented once more. Cool. Okay, now I can zoom in. So once you zoom in, it becomes blurry because, you know, it just does. But you could probably add a listener for that scroll thing. That way, instead of zooming in and out, it can change the font size. Pretty sure. Anyway, background color, that was interesting. It solved the problem though. So, and I can also remove snippets frame. And is there anything in temp? Okay, I did want the functions after the listeners. Okay. Are so everything works. I should add that to the bottom here, right? Instead of rendering temp at home. We do this. And we delete this. This also gives me a chance to test something. One thing I want to test out is if I add something that's not supposed to be there. will it still get sent? Because that's kind of important. Because let's say you had something that actually didn't need content for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't think there would ever be something like that. But for the cases, most of the cases that do, and for some that don't, would having this here break the cases that don't. If I were to do test, would I not be able to see my website? Perfect. It didn't find it, it didn't insert it, but it still kept going. That's what I think this is all gonna work out. Okay. This is perfect. My camera's not broken, is it? Okay. Not dropping any frames? Nope. Just 30 of them. And it's been like an hour and 20 minutes, I think. Got a long night, a long way to go. Now what do? I think now we create the command line, I think. Now here's the thing. Because before, when I was working on the document right here, I had event listeners adding to this HTML document. But now I would have an event listener with the function, and it wouldn't be adding an HTML document, but it also wouldn't be writing to the canvas, because the canvas will just get refreshed every frame to the content, and then it'll show up when you press the key, but then disappear instantly. So I think there might have to be a global no, not a global variable. Well, yeah, probably some global something. I'm thinking we have a let command line equal this. That means there's nothing there. The event listener would change that to the content, and it'll only be one line. Kind of remaking this, I think. And then, stuff happens, Oh, and then this function would write the content as seen, and then there would be something like, and then at the bottom position stuff. This has to be a loop because it's line by line, but since the command line will be only one line for now, it'll have to be multiple lines because I think of the output. So maybe there'll be like command line, and then command line output is equal to this, or actually it could be like an empty array, and then command line output would kind of be like the lines, the same way I write out text files. So it would be like that. These would be the result of output. This would be the first, option. It's like, let's say you're writing TE, and it was like a or TO. First, like if this was like an autofill, but the first result would be like top, and then the second result would be like topping, and third result might be like pizza toppings or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, and then there would just be another for loop that would just display it top to front. This seems way easier than working with the document, but I could just stuff just I don't know how to explain it, but whatever. So I'm thinking of something like global might not be, that might be too vague, so maybe global var for global variables. I think. I think this would work. So we're actually gonna have to edit the base to include global variables. And so if we're editing command line, does this have to be more specific than command line? Like, does it have to be view command line? I think it's just command line. Okay, I think it's just command line. So we'd have let CL equal that. And then it would be listener next, right? Any functions needed? I don't think so, right? There's the actual code for it is incredibly simple, I think. We just need the listener. I feel like the command line should be a bit more independent though. So for example, we would just write T then command line. I think we should have a function, another main function of it. And then so that way it draws all the content, then it draws the command line. Every frame it wouldn't look any different, but you would be able to have a command line without the content and the content without the command line, if that makes sense. Which means I'd have to create a system for this junk, actually naming the functions. So if there's like two documents that you're looking at, this is just called main. This would have to be replaced with like a unique ID. So that way you can have two of these with different things, because run the two separate ones and have two different types of content inserted. Wait, how would I do that? How would I have two different types of content? This might be a little scary. Oh, this is... I don't think I've thought of that. I didn't prepare for this. Okay, that's what the snippet route was for, I think. Or what so there's two routes to go, right? We can have the server handle it where let's say you want to like look at two documents at the same time. You would type the two names in the command line. That would be a post request to the server. The server would content would have to be an array and that doesn't seem too bad. Or you can have the code on the client, whatever is being sent. Now you send the code, and the code just makes a post request for that content. It's like, oh, I want the home document, and then I want the another document. And the server would just send the text, and the client would deal with it. But I think the server side we're just gonna do everything on the server. We're gonna try to at least possible. We'll try doing the content array thing once we need to. Cool. But before we do all that, we have to is that how you spell it? Nice. Yeah, that's a spot. This is easy. This not easy. This is easy. And then making a way to view multiple documents at the same time would be difficult. I think I should focus on moving the editor in first, I think. Because after I have the ability to move the editor. So after X, okay, so and then move editor. Um, um, so after I get the editor in, would I create a new server and delete this? Um, I think after the editor, um, I'll figure out if there's anything I could do after by logging into the ace.dev server. And then if there isn't anything, I'll kind of make sure everything's kind of perfect, migrate all this and the old ace.dev stuff to a new server, point the ace.dev domain to that new server, delete this, and delete the old server because they would become unnecessary having the two separated servers, and then and then work on uh, work on viewing two documents after the new server. So yeah, then I would just, you know, go towards the new server. You know, maybe file upload, maybe other stuff. But right now, I could just finish these three things, these four things. You know, handle like one commands, you know, on pull request. I think I have a couple routes, right? Yeah, like work any.js would have to be done. I think host.js is fine, right? And then post and root. And would I have to finish snippets? I don't think I would. Snippets is like for that multi-view type thing, I think. Right? Oh, this is like yeah, this is fine, I think. I don't even remember doing all this. I do remember I could create temp.txt and go to ace dot triple O. I should just say ace dot oo. Ace dot oo slash temp.txt. And it would be viewable, I think. Not sure if this will be useful when I'm creating the new server. I could just use this code real quick. Of course, it would have to be updated a bit because I'm no longer using res.render. I'm using just EGS and strings. But oh wait. Because this anything is actually going at the bottom of server.js. Because this will also send files as well. I think this sends the file. If it doesn't send the file, it sends a document. If it doesn't send a document, it just sends a not found, which I haven't programmed yet. Brilliant. And now it won't be confusing because I'm no longer using temp/home. I am constructing a file is inserting stuff. Cool. Um I'm so just not used to seeing it this way that it kind of confuses me sometimes. Just more used to seeing it like this. Colors are just crazy how like it's almost automatic where let's say files were gray and folders were blue. If you're looking for a folder, you would just ignore all the gray and just see the blue, and it wouldn't tell you exactly what the folder is, but your brain would just know to search through all the blue things. And it's like cutting the searching time in half. Um, and then vice versa if you're looking for a file. Like it just seems like a very like computer way of organizing and doing things, but it's like a human thing, I guess. Also, I think what I do now is get the code for the command line right. Um, like there's just no way it's this easy, right? For now, this is just temporary. So we're adding a listener. I know in my text editor I had asynchronous functions in the thing, but do I need that here? Command line. Oh, that's only if I don't need async right now. Key down and key up. And I only need key down to type, right? Oh, I would also have to do that unique ID system for the key down and key up event as well, right? Or maybe not. No, I don't think so. Um I don't remember. Whatever. Okay. I thought about something, but is it just me or is that green line only for me? Yep, that green line is only for me. There's a green line at the bottom of my monitor, but it's been like that for a while. It's like unnoticeable because it's like 4 pixels tall. But it goes from the middle of the monitor to the right side. Sometimes it's a little noticeable. It doesn't shift anything up or down though. Everything's level, so that's okay. Everything works. GPU just might be having a little panic attack or something, I don't know. Also, I don't think it's my window manager. Actually, might be. I think it. No mode set. NVIDIA, Linux. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hungry. It's 3 a.m. I'll take a break in like 30 minutes, no longer than an hour, to make some food, and then I'll come back. Um, mm, I forgot what I was doing. Okay. Um. So if toggle equals 1, why did I do that? Oh, okay. So if event key equals that, um, should I do a toggle like this? Did so if I were to launch command line, type a command, type another command, like a bash, how would I get rid of it? I hate how far the escape key is. Maybe a colon? I thought I had this figured out, but now I'm not sure. Okay. What are we doing? I think. Oh man. I think this is the way I normally do stuff. So instead of doing a toggle, we need a way to cancel. I got a couple of options. We got escape, which might not be too bad with my new keyboard layout. And it would also be intuitive. We also got this, which would be easy since this is the command, and then this would be the cancel. I have to be escape. Let me look at my keyboard layout. Yeah, escape would be a good key. We'll do escape. I don't really use escape too often because it's just so far away compared to like semicolon and stuff. And other keys. Like I feel like I'm just rebuilding Vim at this point, but it's different. I think. So this actually makes the code even more easier because I don't need a toggle, right? I actually just need a switch for event.key. And then the case of enter, which in the end would also let CL equal this. Got the case of course it'll do stuff before it clears it, but you know. Do I normally semicolon break? I don't think I do. Where do I have There's no way I don't have a switch statement anywhere here. Oh, I do have a switch statement at the bottom. Yeah, I just did brick without the... I feel like that looks nicer in a kind of way. I think I'm gonna stick to that. Um, what happens if a text string is empty? Does it just not write anything? I guess this will just work. Everybody else has thought of everything, I guess. It's kind of crazy. I don't even think I need to do this because it doesn't even work, right? Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like a page that goes up and down because it is exactly the inner width of the thing. Tab maybe. Yeah, we could do that. Maybe I have to test it. Maybe I don't need it. Oh, that's why I added all this stuff, because we want to exclude the actual word shift and stuff like that. Okay. You can do it. I was like, why is there just a bunch of empty cases? Maybe I was planning for the future or something, but nope. Was not planning for the future. Can you pop a string? I feel like I've Googled this 100 times, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Hopefully this is all the modifier keys. Um, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This kind of just works, doesn't it? Um, I'm close to done. And then after this, I just have to distinguish the main functions, which I'll probably have to. I'll do this, eat, then do that, because I think this is gonna be hard. And then I might be done for the day, or let me see, my camera's not working. It is. Um, Let me check the what's it called, frames. Still at 30. We're perfect. No, I'm guessing it's a leak. I don't know why last time it just started frame dropping out of nowhere. Something happened. I feel like this will be difficult, but not too difficult after I kind of have the idea, right? Or actually, maybe. Actually, it could be incredibly difficult, and it might be easier to hard code it, uh, in a way, because the way I did the make.js, working with just lines is a lot easier than probably lines and other stuff. So I think I would have something like uh so is in main functions, I want a main function gen or something like that, and then this will create the line of code where it adds this space, writes function, writes the space, the ID, the parentheses, and then this. Or okay. So The way I did it here, so text X, Y. Oh, would I need the height of the text? I would. And maybe it. I feel like I've looked this up hundreds of times, but it was in my old virtual machine, so my history won't go back that far. Um. I'm trying to think because I also want border to affect this. I think first off, I should just uh get text height. After I get the text height, I should work on this. Then after this, make sure border command line stuff is okay. I think. So I'm not gonna go that far into it right now. So we just need an X and a Y. Do I not have a horizontal line spacing? Okay, I guess it'll just be 20, I guess. Something like that. Okay. Okay, let's get to Google. Oops. Canvas text height. Something like this. The spec has context.measure text function that will tell you how much width it would require, but I can't figure out how tall it is. I know it's pretty small. Update, for example, I put this technique in the carrot. Here is an enhanced version to get that accent and the descent from the baseline as same as descent. Wait, can this be useful for wrapping? I haven't thought about that. But I don't. Also, like, in terms of like the horizontal wrapping, I feel like that should be handled by the user, right? If like they wanted one entire line that goes off the screen, you know, they have to put the spaces where they want, right? Like the way Vim does it. Is it wraps, but also kind of doesn't at the exact same time. This is all one line, and you'd have to like break it up. Hmm. And I think the Microsoft Notepad, the default one that comes with Windows, it goes off the screen, but then you would use a scroll bar to go to the right. And then there's Google Docs, which will automatically, you know, just like if you're coming close and you press space, it'll be like, nah, you didn't go down here. And then you'd continue typing. That's 3 options. I feel like doing the Microsoft Notepad version though. Honestly, I hate the way. Kind of. I don't hate. It's better than. They all have their kind of uses, I guess. Google Docs is good because in that situation, you just Vim. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, and it's like and then like the Notepad. Sometimes it's good. It just depends. But I think I'm gonna go with the Microsoft Notepad version. It's cool that there's like a lot of different ways of doing it though, and I could probably eventually just implement all of them. Just have it be an option in options.txt. Anyway, let's try to find the height. It's a little hard to see, but it's because wait a second. Wait a second. What is this what is this compatibility? Chrome, no. Opera, no. Okay, please tell me like Bounding Box, these work. What's the difference between the two? Okay, one leaves a little bit of space and the other one doesn't. I think the actual Bounding Box accent is more important. Why just say the height of the text, bro? It's like okay, maybe it has it for a reason. Do these have support though? These compatibility, please. Perfect. Cool. I think there's still more to this page. Oh, here's a. Oh, some don't like the font. Bounding Box. Which one? Firefox? Hmm. Oh, they must. Why? Um. This is the important one, so that's all that matters. Maybe I'll use this or not. It just depends. Can this just be passed? This okay? It can be passed. Uh, how do I get the height of the page again? Uh, should I use window or canvas? I'll use canvas. And wait, would this have to be drawn every frame? Technically, not really. Like, it can change if someone changes the font size. But, I also don't want it to change. So, if someone puts test, right, it should be at the same spot. If someone put get. So, like, let's say someone writes test, and then someone writes get. I don't want get to move higher than test. So I think I don't measure the text of the command line. I just measure the entire alphabet, but I don't think I need to measure the entire alphabet. I just need to measure the outliers, the weird ones. Something like this. I think this works. Depending on the font, you may have characters much higher. That is true. Okay, okay. I get it. That is true. I think we're done. Not done completely. Still need to do the main functions. I need food. And it's almost been an hour. 3 a.m. So hungry. Okay. Do I need to add a food? Think. And then Test, test. Okay, be right back. Okay. I did not grab food. Um. In a bit, I'll grab food. Um. hmm. Oh wait. Hopefully that works. Tas. Yep. I need to get to plan this out. This is not gonna work. We got main functions. Um, we got uh, fun name. We got frame name. And we can have two of these. Okay, so this is an example of a combined file. So these can be named differently, but there can be a case of where we want two of these. So I don't think we can find this and replace it. So one option is check for this. You can also check for the func. If you want to be super secure, delete line insert with the ID. Um, then do this twice. Also check for frame as well. I think we might get a little complex. I think we need a oops. Uh, we need a lot of functions to kind of work together and only do certain things at certain times. Because I also just realized that, for example, this might become a problem. Because let's say we have a text editor, right? And we have general functions for that text editor. But let's say we're editing two documents. It wouldn't make sense to double the same function. So if it is function, then we have to do something different. So right now, all we have is the ability to insert at certain positions, which is good. But depending on this or this or this, we'd have to do 3 different things. So 3 diff insert at post. I honestly thought combining them would be way simpler than this. That, oh, I'll just combine them and it'll just work. No. Like this would be 3 different functions. Kind of. And then there will be a function for putting it back together. Okay. Right. So about the ID thing. Is there a different way to do this possible? There's also like check for this, divide by 2, because there will be 2 of them. And then replace them like bop pop and then bop pop. That makes sense. That doesn't seem very good though. Also, the insert once might be easy, might be not. So we would just check function name and name delete function. Be right back real quick. In like 10 minutes, I'll go and make food. Oh. I am hungry. In my hungry state, I have no idea if there's another. Like, I know before, I think I had a better method, but my mind is destroyed right now. Once I come back and I separate and do these two, then I can work on this, I think. Oh, the letters are still there. The keyboard is like really flat. So mine would be like this. Yeah, my keyboard should be flat. I wish there were more keycaps like my keycaps around it. This looks like my stuff. Oh, this is white and black. Where's my spherical. Uh, I think my keycaps are MA, right? It says MA. Okay. Oh yeah. There was a Reddit post somewhere. Yeah, this looks okay, but I prefer mine better. Uh-huh. This might be cool. Does it all have the figure? That's horrible. That it all has the like the FJK nub or whatever. This is like a worse version of this. This doesn't look as epic. There's just no way this is $8, right? Oh, A2 106. Okay. I don't know. I really like the feel of my current keycaps, but let me see. Um, Yes, this texture field is like incredibly nice, I think. But for some reason, I thought of it the other way around, because I've always thought of like ABS as like a good 3D printing material, but I'm gonna be honest. After some time, I think, uh, what is the most common one? Does it have an S in it? Hold on. BRB, one second. PLA. It's so I have some ABS and some PLA because I've heard so much about both. But I heard that ABS was kind of stronger than PLA, but then later, a lot later, I heard PLA is just all around better than ABS. But I have no idea. So I was thinking like, you know, when I first looked at this, like, oh, ABS, that's high quality, but I guess it's cheaper than my there's no way this is also $8. Um this looks a little different as well. Looks less tall. Yeah, I don't know. There's a Blue Patrick. This ABT MA. This looks cool. But if it is $100, that's absurd. I've never seen it before, so probably pretty rare or like collectible or something, but like Refine search. I don't know what this, and this look like. It just seems like a normal profile. I'm sure it's different. DO looks cool, but it seems like it's just for this, not like all it. DOM. Okay, this is okay. I think I know what DO is like. Dome or something. DSA. This again seems like pretty much normal. This is like complete opposite of my keycaps. Oh look at, there it is, MA. No dropped frames. It's close, but I don't think so, right? No, this is actually not bad. This is kind of like mine. Mine seem way more rounded. These also seem a lot less tall. And a bit more square. I just want MA, but like... I'm not sure how I feel about a white keyboard. Test, 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 test. I feel like I have to like direct my voice a little bit more, but I don't think I've ever seen like a white keyboard in my entire life. All the plastic keyboards and the Razer keyboards and the like it's either like color black, never white. I know this would be like good. I just fell. That's cool. But yeah, I guess I won't go for MA then. Most popular. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Close, but it's a little weird. Mm. Mm-mm. 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 I don't like any of these feels like there's something off about the This seems like a very uh, boring. And is this what I think it is? Or is it on a keyboard? It doesn't have it on a keyboard? No, 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 no. Maybe I should search by brand, maybe. These are the only two I've heard of. I know what KB defense is. Cateron. Try K. Never heard of it. Okay, that's enough for now. Um, these are really expensive. Okay, okay. The thing is, they're probably the best though. That's the thing. It's like the GMK. Let me go look back at it. I'm never gonna get them, but they're just kind of better. Sometimes. That that was not that good. So it's okay. This is really good, I think. Um, this one seems good. Mm, never mind. This one seems. Uh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe that's maybe. No. Seems a little simple. Yeah, I'm good actually. Never mind. Mm, nope. This one seems really, really good. This is really, really cool. This one also pretty cool, I think. You know what? If I needed more keycaps, which I probably eventually will, this seems like the option is $40. And if I don't want to get the same keycaps I already have, uh, these seem good. This maybe, but 40%. You know, this actually isn't so bad. Oh, oh wait, I just realized. Hold on, let me just look at the other brands first. If I were to search up my like getting two of these, what keycap set is this? Like also this keycap set, what is that? So I have a shift that I could use, but do I have another shift? I don't think I do. This seems like a shorter backspace though. like a 1.5U, some of the 2U that I have, and I think I have a 1.5U shift, and I have I have a lot of 1.25s, but I feel like this is 1.5 and it fits a lot more, fits better. Um, I guess I would just put my 1.25 keys on it, like 2 alts or something like that. Or I think I have a wide system, or a 1.25 system, and I don't have a 1.25 enter. I'd have to put a. I have a 2.25. Uh, so it would be like system and alt would be what I'd have, and also this there's just not a lot of options, I guess. Oh, and also if I were to get this, I don't know how many keys are here. Is this the additional keys? Yeah, and the additional keys are shown. So yeah, okay, so this backspace, probably 1.5, probably this, but what I'm thinking is either, oh, this is 1.5, so 2 1.5 alts. I also do have a lot of controls. 2 1.5 controls. And it's supposed to be a system, right? This thing. This might be 1.25. This 1.75? Also, my keyboard is different. So, also, I don't have the numpad or anything like that. Or, I also might not have a shift. I do have a different space. So this, system. .25. I could put it in backspaces. So this is like corn, like a, I don't know, company. I don't remember which one I got. Um, Mine came split, I think. So does this mean they can work independently, right? I mean, if there's two Pro Micros, then that means each one can be flashed, right? I think I have two. I think I have two Pro Micros. If you use Spring Logic. I did not get that. Not doing this. Do I have hot sockets? I don't think so. I think I'm just soldering the switch on there. Um, Wait, it is? There's no way, right? So you could flip both of these upside down. There's no way, right? You could place it underneath. The front side is recommended if you implement underglow LED. So I think I would do them underneath. Make sure to match the polarity with that PCB silk screen. Yep. It's so nicely labeled TRRS and a reset. Before you start flash the to make sure they are alright. Then the Pro Micro is then installed. How would you do this though? I think I don't think I have anything that can like flash a Pro Micro without, you know, whatever the Pro Micro is then installed. And this sort of holds, I have this little away frame in the front side of the PCB. I guess I kind of get it. Two ground. Two ground. Three ground. Okay. Oh, I guess I kind of get it. I think. Okay. Um, I lost a bit of hunger, but I'm still gonna get food. Way better. Okay. Actually, be right back, real quick. Oh, not that. So we separate. I can actually change this a bit to do this instead of separated functions. A separated function. What I'm thinking here is Uh, mm, uh, JavaScript. I don't need any of this canvas text height, right? Uh, I'm not dropping frames, right? MDM doc's way better. That works. So this actually might be simple, I think, where this is the default. Let me think for a second. Um, I think something like something like this works. We can give it a try. We actually can't, because probably won't work. Or let's just do this real quick. Okay, that actually worked. So as I said before, let's work on this first. So we insert once. So I think we have kind of like global single function. A list of all. So what we want to do uh the best way to do this would be through testing, right? You know what? Nah, I got this. I got this. Okay. Um Oh, no, no, no. Is it 0 the start? It's not 0. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This might give me an error. Cause like this dot join at the bottom. Oh wait. Oh, I could do um alright, 1 second, real quick again. Okay, I think I would want to start right here and then delete here. Wait, doesn't that mean doesn't this work? Perfect. Okay, so now fn should just be the name function. Two elements. Zero is less than two. Is less than two. I forget how you append to in a range of a script. Push. Whoa, that was slow. Okay, we're good. By the way, this stream 2 days ago, stream 3 days ago. Which one was the later one? This one's 1440p. This looks way better. Oh, what was I doing here? Oh, I was... Man, I was doing all this. This was but this is like super visible compared to like this is a little bit harder to read. Um anyway. Mm. Honestly, I forgot what I was doing. I don't even know what to put here. Um, and that's crazy. Recheck if it's in. If it is not in, we do nothing. Then we. Oh no. If it is not in, then we add it. I know this is horrible. But whatever. It's gonna work, and I don't need to test it. The idea is there. Ah. Should I put this in one line? No, I don't think so. Wait. There could be like a way better way of doing this. So if there's no elements, but that length is 0, that means k is not less than 0. It means it doesn't run the check for whether or not front of 0 is equal to this, which is means it's not in the array, which means it won't set it to false. Which means it'll push the name. But if there is the function there, and it is the second time around, it will set it to false and do nothing. Okay. Now we do this. I think. I'm using this a lot. Should this be in a separate function? Technically, I'm gonna use it like around 3 times. And that function would have to no II, no base. No, it's not worth it. Then we deal with this. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. This works so I don't need dir name, right? Wait, how would multiple documents work? Instead of a switch statement, this would have to be if statements. Wait a second. So this cleaning part at the bottom here would have to be in a different function, right? Because we would want to insert. But I don't think that would be hard to do. I guess I could just do it right now, right? We can have a function called like combined uh and then I could check if this works. Save me the headache if it fails later. I don't know how and still works. Crazy. So God, this function is actually oh God. This function is massive. But it wouldn't be make sense to separate it out, I think though. Anyway, let's get to it. God. So we check for that. Um and we check for this. Wait, this actually isn't that bad, I think. It's probably like a little bit more code than this one, this function. Because oh wait. Okay. Would there ever be a case where there's two frames? Would there ever be a case this? I don't think so. I would just have to keep that in mind when writing these snippets. But in this case, this kind of doesn't make sense. What I need to do is find this. I might exclude this, I think. Would there ever be a case? Would there ever be a case where where this is not the first thing? It wouldn't be hard to check, but assuming I checked and it's not there, I guess it wouldn't insert. I guess so. Okay, it just wouldn't insert. That's like a safety precaution for myself, but I don't. I guess that's not something I need, but it doesn't. It's not difficult to put it in there. So technically, I don't need this because this will always be here and this will always be here. Um. So I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. So Okay. Uh, So I have a couple of options to delete it right then and there. Insert. Insert 90. And so you get to this point, you could do a delete insert. A swap basically, which I probably will do. Then we have to find the next one and do the same thing. This find next gets me worried because I think I had trouble with that in the past. Let's try it out. The first thing is to find it, which is okay. We found it. It's right here. And then make sure that we're in the right spot. Wait. Frames will always follow main functions, right? You know, there's a way easier way of doing this. Now that I'm looking at it. The problem is I wanted to do something like the ID being like something simple, like the first one being that, the second one being that, third one being that, all the way to the last one being I forgot where my being that. But I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't know how to do that. I think. Because I could just generate a random string, put it in an array, and if I need that'll be the ID. If I need another one, generate another string, make sure it's not an array. If it is, generate another one. And then if it's not an array, just put it in. That's the ID. But I don't know, since it's not like it doesn't have to be like a random string. The thing is, because I think I could make something like this. Where it for sure doesn't have to check if the ID is in it. It might have to check the last ID that was entered. Because one thing I could do is just map every letter to a number. So this would be AAA would be 000 and 001. Then 002. Etc. And then the final one would be this. This is bad. Or I could only do A through, like, I could only do, like, 999 would be the final one. Maybe, binary might help me. Because as I was doing that 000, it kind of gave me, uh, um, so it adds one. One, 10, 11. Okay. Is there an easy way to do this? So, n 6, 7, 15, 16. Wouldn't you have to convert it to a bit? Is this like the absolute value or something? Um. Oh, no. This is. I am. this is. This is. Okay. So. It gets the value. Uh. Um. For all the letters. Um. I'd have to search this up. And then I want to research T-string because I didn't know that you could put in a 2 argument and convert. So like That's 84. How does that work? Can I do something like this? How does that work? This is magic. this is actually magic. Um, Honestly, there is probably a brilliant way to do this, but I think I'm gonna just generate a random string and then oh, very cool. So it will generate anywhere between 0 and 6 characters due to the fact that trailing zeros get removed when string of floating points. This is I don't want numbers anyway, so this is fine. It depends deeply on the algorithm they use. Duplicate, you expect to see a duplicate after turning it only by 50k. That is a lot. That is probably more than I need. So I'm gonna try something. Developer tools, console. Why the math.random +1? I don't understand the slicing though. Oh. Oh, that's why the slice was there. You know what? Am I lost with the Oh, this is the base 16. So, oh. Am I lost? Oh, that's weird. Is this just like interacting with the console? Uh, it's cool though. Oh, Um, oh, it's not splice, it's slice, isn't it? Ah. I guess one thing I could do is do the entire amount. Um, um, uh, okay. And then, God. Uh, oh God, this nice. Oh God. Um. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Um. It can have numbers in it. It just can't start with the letter. So. Oh wait. I can just do this, right? Yeah, that works. I don't have to check if it's a number or not. I just add a ruler myself. I'm doing this. I just have to keep this in an array every time and make sure. Okay. I'm already lost on what's here. No, no regex just yet. No number. None of this. None of this. Don't need this or this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Okay. Still only 92 frames dropped. Pretty good. Camera's still working. Okay, so we just delete this insert function. Okay, I need two things. So um or it would just be IDs, right? Not main functions. So what we're gonna do is uh Wait, does Node.js have math.random? I'm pretty sure it does. No way, right? Um, wait, do I even need a... I don't even need a few strings, right? Oh, well, I could do, I could do this, just so it's, I'm gonna do 36, okay. Um, well, technically, I don't even need a check. Don't need IDs. Don't need this. I could just do ID is equal to F plus ID plus 1 to string. That's my ID system. Generate. It's perfect. So, all we gotta do is delete the line. Technically, function with ID would be 1, 2, 3, 4 function f plus that plus that. Oh, then redo. Control capital R. I'm lost. I actually just threw myself for a loop. Did I mess anything up? Everything seems to be okay. We got FN is fine. Just from looking at it, it seems fine. Honestly, if something messed up in function, I probably wouldn't be able to tell. I think we're good though. Anyway. I think this works. There should be FNS. But I'll do that later. And then I'm thinking like nah, I don't need this. So M line. Okay, I think I might have to call it. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna make sure everything works. Something broke. Something did not break. Okay. Okay, I think I'm close to distinguishing main functions. Anyway, okay. I gotta go. It is